both of these. Hey, Milky! Haven't seen you in ages, man. We are just getting started, but yeah, what were you up to? Is this the first stream you've done since moving? I feel like I haven't seen any at least, but you know, I don't pay that close attention. It is first stream. I see the title now. Hell yeah, man. And what kind of stuff are you doing at Vercel? I'm curious about that. But yeah, Melky, if you had to go, you know, got a raid and run. I totally understand that too. We're just getting started. I even just now started up the stream for the YouTube and the Twitter. So yeah, let me at least go through what our plans for the day are. Oh, and I think we're going to have an ad kick in. I hit the wrong button. Well, yeah, what up, Small Knight? How you doing? Okay, so at least for the YouTube and Twitch VOD, or Twitter VODs, the plan for today is we ran some of the cheap open models, right? And just to see if we got the results and some of that stuff. It seems like we may have some kind of error in showing those results, so we need to figure that out. We also noticed that Trinity Mini and Minimax are way more expensive than I expected, so that's a bummer. So we're going to move those to the other category, and if we have to rerun, it'll cost us like 60 cents for the next run. Like, with Minimax and Trinity, those three, it cost us like $3.30 just for those three. So if we cut that out, it'll be like 60 cents. Just for like the testing and some of that. And yeah, so that's our plan. That's where we're leaving off. For people who are brand new to the stream from the raid, let me switch over and show you what we're building. We have this thing called GitBench. And GitBench is a set of evaluations for LLMs to determine how good they are at Git things. Now, we did some changes yesterday and reran some stuff, and we've got a bug because the data's not loading. So we got to look into that. That's kind of where we left off. Aha! Unexpected token I import not valid JSON. Interesting. I think I know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing the wrong dev command. Oh, but we gotta do that. That one's annoying. Okay, so this is going dev API. Let's just do this and restart it, because I think that was the main issue, right? Because we're theoretically going to deploy this to Vercel or somewhere where we can have server-side functions. We need to emulate that locally. So yeah, that's what is going on here. So I think that was the cause of the failure. But we'll see. Yeah, all right, perfect. So we are able to run. It generates the SQLite file as we expected when we run our commands, and we can see the results here. As far as like the models we tested for cheap yesterday, Minimax is, you know, top of the pack. Now, one thing you might actually be curious about is the none scores better than low and even better than high, which is weird. It's not a surprise that extra high is the best, but no reasoning is actually like kind of good enough. Now, we don't see what that cost comparison is, right? So if we go look at cost per full run, we can see Minimax with none reasoning cost us 15 cents. Extra high reasoning was actually cheaper. Huh, right? That's weird. Not by a lot, but I wouldn't expect that. But that's the whole point of like building this kind of like evaluation, to challenge the assumptions you have about good models and bad models. One thing that might surprise you, Opus is terrible at Git stuff. Like, terrible. Scores like in the 60%. Now, we haven't tried Opus 4.8 yet. This is just Opus 4.7 we were talking about, but kind of crazy. Now, this is something that might actually be interesting to you as well. Some of these models chew up way more tokens to do the same tasks, which is interesting. So yeah, Minimax, DeepSeek, chewing up a lot of tokens on the high end, not very many on the low end, which kind of makes sense. All right, 34K in, 36K out. Somehow extra high gives us 47K in, 102K out, because that's actually the reasoning cost and some of those things. But it's just, I don't know, interesting. But then if we look at the prices for running DeepSeek, well, even with that massive amount of spend, it is an order of magnitude cheaper than Minimax, right? So it's burning more tokens, but it's doing so at a lower rate and scores comparably, which is pretty interesting. And do I have GPG key commit signing in my tests? I don't, Small Knight. I'm not sure that's like that valid of a test. Like it's, you know, either it does it or it doesn't. I'm not sure what you would get out of that. But yeah, so this is the thing we're working on. We are building this like LLM benchmark utility. It actually works. So yeah, I was just running the wrong server command. But what we might want to do now is think about running some of these other models. Because I think we're getting to a good point. Like, let's look at this. Let's click into benchmarks here and crawl around and see if there's any of these that are really bad, you know? So one of the ones where we saw some weird stuff was maybe like git grep. I think there were some others too. In the git grep tests, we were seeing some of these tests failing for every single model, which is interesting. And some of these models fail as whole suites. Some just fail like one-offs. Honestly, this makes sense, like some of the ones that are like complete failures, because they're super small, like, you know, 24B, A2B, right? So only 2 billion active parameters for a 24B. And then Ling, I think, is like only a couple billion parameters. Like it's a small one. I think Devstrel is not expected to be good either. But it's still like, you know, a good test. What is interesting, though, is this is classified as an easy test, but this is the most failing test we have. Maybe not. This medium one is actually more of a failure. Deep SWE updated with Opus 5.8. Sure, let's check it out. Oh, I didn't know they had modversaries. I haven't seen that before. Oh, didn't want to do that. But yeah. What was Melky up to on his stream for everyone that came in on the raid? I'm a little curious about that. And let me refresh my Twitter chat. I just forgot about that. There we go. And yeah, what's everyone else up to? So then, yeah, looking at this as we're going. Okay, and I see what they're doing. So yeah, the cheapest one versus like better value versus more expensive, right? So yeah, extra high and max massively increase cost, which sounds about right. Oh, and yeah, we got rendering things we want to do. We want to implement a graph that looks like this. I like that graph. That's good. Ah, okay. So yeah, this is nice. I like the best versus all effort models or all effort levels like distinction. That's kind of nice. Wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Opus 4.8 Max runs a lot longer than Extra High, which makes sense. It's a whole other layer, whole other thing. Let's actually do this. So yeah, Opus 4.8 Extra High, Opus GPT 5.5 Extra High. So here's the interesting part. Going from Extra High to Max, not worth it. Like, not worth it at all. Gets the same score for easily, like, 50% more cost. More than 50, 60. Yeah, that's crazy. But holy shit. Opus 4.7 Max, $18, dude. $18. Okay. So, at least for what we're talking about and what we're looking at, I find this really interesting that Gemini scores so low in like the score value. I didn't think it was that bad. How is Sonnet better? So it does really seem like these tests that they're doing are heavily optimized for the frontier models. I find that very, very interesting. Because Kimi K26 is a fully capable model, you know? We don't even see Minimax in this list, though. Why don't we see Minimax in this list? And yeah, Max looks like it's for token maxing. Yeah. Apparently, one prompt with ultra code mode in 4.8 one shots your session limit. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, that's it. Yeah, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, yeah, got it. Yeah, select all. My bad. I forgot all about the selection criteria. Okay. So then if we look at, wow, Minimax gets an absolute 0? What? That is so confusing to me. That is just so confusing to me. Yeah, I wish there was like a better way to crawl the results to see like how they really got so bad. So yeah, full blog post. And then CV Noob, you have a question. Would I say the Chat GPT Max subscription or the Claude one is more worth it? I don't know, man. Do your own research. There's stuff you can look at right here, dude. Why are you expecting other people to make decisions for you? Like, I have an opinion for sure, but it's just like I don't know, man. Are you not capable of making decisions? Try it. You know? And I do, but I don't think me giving you my opinion will help you at all. I'm sorry. Like, we very clearly see the measurements of these things. If you can't extrapolate your decision from that, I don't know. Like, why do you need to ask me? You got data right in front of you. Make a decision based on data. I understand that, Pansker, but I would much rather my audience have their own agency. I'm just a dude doing stuff. I have the same info you have. I'm sorry. Like, there are way better things that we can talk about and maybe where my opinion actually matters. I think that's the biggest thing, right? It's just such a low effort question. Right? There's no extra like thing they added to it. Like, here's the research I've done. Here's blah, blah, blah. Here's what I've tried. Here's my thoughts too. You know, there's no conversation there. They're just straight up asking, like, give me the answer kind of style. There's no dialogue there. It's not a conversation. It's almost like if you've ever been a senior engineer, there's the juniors that come to you with a question and tell you what they've tried. Here's what I tried. Here's what didn't work. Those are the best fucking juniors to have. It's the ones that are always just reaching out. Hey, how do I solve this? Hey, how do I solve this? Hey, what do I do? If you can't tell me what you've tried and what info you're bringing to the table, me giving you the answer isn't going to help you. Yeah, I get that code with Quirk, but it's not like they offered anything with that, right? You know? It's really just the whole like senior junior dynamic of what have you tried? What do you think? Tell me, explain it to me, and then we can actually have a conversation. Just asking me, neither of us benefit. It's actually not if you just do the $20 plan. Like $20 is not a lot. You're right. It was a fairly easy question that put no effort into it. We're not at work. We're basically co-working right now. That's literally what this is. This isn't some entertainment channel, right? This is a co-working channel where you can see the code and we can chat and hang out. They were asking about Max specifically, but if they haven't tried the models, right? Like, we don't have any of this information. We just have to guess because they haven't provided whether they've even tried these things, right? We don't know the nuance of the question they're asking. They just straight up asked A or B. That's not a fun conversation. It's not a good question. Sorry. I would love to help us all figure out. Stone Python. Yes, you're right. But I have, what is it? 70 people watching right now. I cannot do the low effort question gauntlet. Like, dude, this is a bigger, different thing. It really is that deep, or you wouldn't ask. If it's not important, then why ask? I'm not even trying to shame them for asking the question. I'm trying to shame them into asking better questions. That's the whole fucking point. And you guys are missing that. It's going right over your head. Like, I was already trying to tell you how you could have asked a better question. You guys are thinking like, oh, I'm just shaming him for asking a question. No, I'm shaming him for asking a lazy question. And there's a big difference. Yes, and this is that teachable moment. I am teaching them to ask a better question. Just giving them the answer doesn't help. And why does that matter, CV Noob? There's no justification for it. right? That's it. It's simple. Then if the answer doesn't matter, then why does the question matter? Again, I'm coming back to it's just a bad question. You could frame it better, or my answer doesn't matter. Either way, the question didn't need to be asked in the way that you did it. That's all I'm getting at, dude. You will get better in life with higher effort questions. This is that teachable moment of ask higher effort questions. Things that showed you put some thought into it yourself. Fuck me, right? I just love when other people pile on and defend what is really a lazy question. My bad. I've already told you how you could ask a better question, and you just refuse. And that's funny. It was a lazy question. Like, yeah. You always have to put your own effort into a question, and if you can't find the answer, ask it after searching, right? And when you do ask the question, provide the context of why you're still asking the question even after putting in the effort, right? Without the context, without the effort, it's a lazy question, like literally by definition. And you did, but like the conversation has shifted now. Stone Python, no. The very first thing I pushed back on was saying, tell me what you've looked up, add context to your question. That was part of the very first steps I was talking about, and you just ignored it because you just want to pile on, right? You just want to raise a pitchfork without actually listening to what I'm saying. I had already said within the first criticism of how to ask a better question. You just ignored it. I didn't say ask better questions. I literally said how you can add context to ask a better question. And you just ignored it. That's why it's so annoying and why I do not like these lazy questions. What he looked up does matter. Yeah, for sure. No. What he looked up does matter. I'm sorry, like, how do you not think it matters? Yeah, I don't know. Python, I just think you're trolling at this point. It's kind of what it feels like. Right? Like, when did I claim to be such a good engineer? When did I do that? I simply said it's like asking for help. Put in the effort so that when you are asking for help, it's not that you're asking for a handout, you're providing what you've done already as context. That is how you ask better questions. Nowhere in that framing did I say I was such a good engineer. I was simply saying, as a junior asking a senior, provide the context. Whether I'm the senior or not, no, it was just an example. You guys are fucking jumping all over the place around it. But yeah, Hepta, tacos are awesome. Oh, but here's the big question. Corn tortilla or flour tortilla? Oh, there's the, yeah, dude, Python, you are just fucking logical fallacy after logical fallacy. There's the appeal to authority, the 15 years total. Yeah, totally, man. You are fucking logical fallacy after logical fallacy. I'm not trying to gaslight you. You did the ad hominem. Oh, if I was such a good engineer. You just did the fucking appeal to authority. We could list off every logical fallacy, dude. Yeah, Python, you're trolling. Get out. I just did. I explained the two logical fallacies already. Like, dude, get out. Notice how I never actually like directly attacked anybody? I said the question was lazy. That was it. Yeah, so CV Noob, the point for me is that as a streamer, we get a lot of like drive-by questions, a lot of drive-by fucking pitchfork havers, you know? And I push back on that. They're just, you know, I'm sorry. I don't like entertaining that stream. This is not a fucking teaching stream. This is not a resume review stream, which I know Melky was doing, but I don't do that. This is not that kind of stream. We can talk about stuff. We can have discussions, but put some effort into it, you know? So, CV Noob, have you tried either model? Right? What have you done so far? Have you tried OpenAI or Anthropic? Either one of them. Okay. So then, if you've tried them, what are you actually looking for? What is your actual question? Not just in general my opinion, but there's got to be something else you're looking for if you've tried them. Right? So how could you frame your question better? Right? There's actually something you're trying to get at that you're hiding behind a vague question. There's definitely something you're looking for there. Is it about cost efficiency? Is it about how many tokens you get per week? I don't know. That's not the question you asked, though. Okay. There you go. There you go, right? And that is what we're getting at. You could have asked that question specifically, not just my opinion, right? See why I'm trying to coax better questions out of you? Because we could have just had that immediately. Your question shouldn't have been, what's my opinion about either one? It should have been, which one do I think is more cost effective? Boom. Right? But that's not what you asked. You put the effort on me to infer that. Now do you understand why I was pushing back on the vague question? I really hope it's landing, because it is a learnable moment. But I don't think it's the thing you were expecting to learn. Maybe, but again, that was an assumption you made, rather than just simply, like, asking it. You know? So, again, if you were looking for a specific thing, the senior-junior talk, because it's the same thing, right? If you've got a senior, they have other juniors under them. Ask them a question that doesn't make it feel like you're offloading the thought process to them. And it's the same relation for Twitch chat. I'm not saying I'm senior, but I am the person with a lot more people in chat that I have to deal with, right? So then, ask me questions that don't feel like they're offloading the thought process to me. And then that is the exact same thing you should be doing for your senior engineers above you. Your fucking CTO, whatever, right? It's not about experience. It's about how many other people are asking them questions too, or will be asking them questions. While they're putting in the effort to figure out what you were actually trying to ask, other people might be reaching out or wanting to ask questions too, but you have bogarted that time. Could you be a little more respectful of that time for other people too? Theoretically. I don't know. This isn't like a 100% thing, man. Just saying, effort gets effort. That's a better way of phrasing it. If you are consistently putting in the effort when you ask people questions, they are more willing to put in the effort to answer them. I know, I understand, but this is the same dynamic as your senior or boss or whatever. It's the same dynamic. There's a lot of people in here. The more effort you expect of me to infer what I think you're trying to ask me, the less I'm going to be inclined to answer your questions in the future. And the less I'm going to be inclined to answer other people's vague questions in the future, which is why I now have this philosophy of not answering vague questions. Because this isn't my first time streaming, I have built up this lack of patience for vague, low-effort questions. It's the same as like, well, what do you think? Should I pick React or Angular? I don't know. Tell me more. Give me context. It's a low-effort, lazy question. Just like, which subscription should I pick? What's your opinion? Again, it's a low-effort, lazy question. We actually literally have in our rules no X versus Y. CV Noob, before you chatted, there's a rules thing, and there was a no X versus Y that you just glossed right over. I put it in the rules before you could even chat, and you ignored it. Why do you think me putting it in the description is going to help? Are you going to read that? I doubt you did before you started chatting, right? Right? So why would the description help? You already agreed to the rules that said no X versus Y. But you didn't read that. Like, even if you say you read it, it didn't land because you pulled an X versus Y, right? We have that as part of our rules. How is it not an X versus Y? Right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Right? The fact that I was even willing to entertain it, if you could just give me some context, should have let you know that I was already putting in the more work, right? That I was already trying to help you, you know? Mm-hmm. 100% correct there, Dance. 100%. Right? If you ask a good specific question, you usually get the opinion for free, right? People are willing to give opinions if it's not like directly prompted, you know? I'll even expound on like the use cases for certain frameworks as long as it's not prompted, you know? If it comes up organically, fuck yeah, I'll do stuff like that. So yeah, right? And I think this ended up being really productive despite Stoned Python being a troll, right? With their fucking logical fallacies nonstop. Right? I think we got there in the end. And I think it was a good conversation because other people learned the value of putting effort into the questions they asked. Hopefully. Anyway, let's keep going. So just in general, in life, you will get better results by asking better questions. That's fine. Later. I do think I think so there, Pencer. It seems to me like it does stem from like the always on instant gratification aspect of the internet. But yeah, if you do want to maybe like crunch whether the value of these things is worth it, go for it. I will just chime in with one more thing about those because, You did ask the question, and you did clarify that it's about efficiency and token usage. I will say I've never hit my, well, no, not never. I rarely hit my limits with OpenAI when I'm using it just for the smart stuff. I consistently hit my limits with Claude when I was trying to use it for the smart stuff. That coupled with the fact that it seems like Anthropic's always pulling shenanigans about the value of a token and how much you get per session, I think it's just harder to trust them about what value you're getting. It'll change every fucking month. No, I'm on Medium for everything right now. I haven't noticed any, I don't know. There's a lot of just hubbub out there around this stuff. And I don't think I notice nearly as much between effort levels as other people do. Like, I don't know if I'm enough of a power user. I'm not sure. Oop. Right? Like, if we see, okay, so it doesn't do amazing compared, right? Medium versus high or extra high, sure. It is a third of the token usage, though. And that's fine, Plank. That's literally putting in the effort, right? I love it. I love that. Yeah, Plank, that's huge. You should be looking some of these things up first. That way you have an opinion, and then my opinion or my answer to your question has actual context, not the low effort, right? That's the whole point. You should be doing that. Literally, that is exactly the process I'm trying to encourage. You should be trying to form your own opinion first. You know? Here's like another good like example, in my opinion. And it's not like a direct analog, but I think it's a good example, right? We all know the Primogen. Back when he was learning Rust, he tried to build something with it first, right? Because by trying to build something with Rust first, when he went back and read the Rust book, he had context for the stuff it was telling him. If he had read the book first, he wouldn't have that context and he wouldn't understand the value of these things until actually trying to use it. I think it's the same thing, right? You get way more out of knowledge that's given to you when you've actually put in the effort first, when you've actually gotten your own context for that knowledge. I follow the same process when I'm learning languages. I'll just start building. I'll find libraries. I'll do the fucking starter for like Elixir and Phoenix. And then I'll go look things up as I need to, right? That's how I learn languages. I think that's how Prime learns languages. That's how a lot of the best engineers I've seen learn things. They try first, then they go and learn the formal version, because the formal thing then has context to apply it to. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, looking at this, I may be overpaying. It does look like, as far as token usage though, 5.4 high, scores higher, but not that much higher, and at like double the cost, roughly. At triple the cost, we could go extra high. So really, like, I think that's the big thing. We need to think about like when using extra high actually matters. And we should be planning accordingly that way. And yeah, so hold on. Someone actually, we were asking about the Minimax thing, And hold on, what was it? It was something about it losing, like having amnesia about tool calls. So deep SWE is really about like long-term engineering, right? Like really, really agentic, human out of the loop engineering, right? And I'm just not doing enough of that yet, I think, for it to matter to me. So it loses context about its tools over time. And I think mainly that's because it's mainly because Minimax is a very small token window, right? Like context window. It's only like 260 or something K, 262, I think. Meanwhile, like almost everything outperforming it has like 1 million. Right? Kimi K26 has 1 million, right? No, it's also the 262. Oh, interesting. So it's still able to maintain that efficiency. Maybe because the harness forces bash only? Oh, sorry, we want to skip this song. And maybe some models rely on specific tool calls more. Okay. Yeah, so the context window wasn't the thing. Interesting. Oh. And then hold on. So you learned Perl by editing an existing script and change the wiki output it generated into an HTML formatted output. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. I think that's the move, right? Like learn by doing in almost every case. And then once you've got that context, yeah, read some docs, read some books. But I don't think books first is the right way to go. Like here's like another kind of opinion in that, right? I think we've all met someone who just started reading like the design patterns books. And once they hit a chapter, you start seeing that chapter they just read in everything they do. When instead, they'd be better off building something terrible and then figuring out where in the application the design patterns would fit, rather than shoehorning them into the next thing just so they get the usage out of it, right? Anyone ever worked with a dev like that? Like, oh, it's pretty obvious they just learned about the singleton pattern, or they just learned about the factory pattern. Because all of a sudden, everything they do is that thing they just read about. And yeah, what up, Pseudonet? How you doing? What you up to? All right, so yeah, I do think the deep SWE thing is important. I don't know if the results matter as much to me specifically. Just because I'm still human in the loop. I'm not doing like these super long, like what's the terminology they have for it? Like the super long running whatever. I'm just not doing that enough. I'd like to, so I'm gonna have to start digging into this more. Long horizon, is that the term they have for it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not doing enough of that. So I don't think the results are as important to me. Like seeing Theo do some of the analysis of like SWE bench and deep SWE and like their prompting for their, you know, their benchmarks or evals or whatever you want to call them. Seeing some of his critiques, he's like looking at this stuff. He's like, and yes, I've totally written a prompt like the deep SWE one. And it's like, dude, I have never written a prompt that detailed in my life. Not personally. Ow. Nah. I have used some of the planning tools, right? BMAD, GSD, GSD2, OpenSpec, and SpecKit currently, right? Most recently. I'm quite liking OpenSpec. And realistically, OpenSpec is getting that kind of planning out of the way. I haven't done enough with like Grill Me, but I think that ends up being very similar to just like, dude, talk to me so that we define the context properly, right? Present the stuff, present an outline of the plan. I'm going to critique that. You modify it based upon my critique, and we're good to go. They're like sets of like skills. They're like planning tools. BMAD is like enterprise agile kind of flow, right? So you got stories, sprints, epics, blah blah blah, right? GSD is more of like an indie hacker kind of version, and then there's GSD2, and that it stands for Get Shit Done, and that's more for just like indie vibe coder hacker bullshit, right? It's quite nice still because it did some interesting like novel brainstorming. You don't want to be mad. You want to be happy. I actually think the BMAD planning process was the coolest planning process I've seen from any of this stuff. Like, that was cool. It came up with some really, like, novel, interesting, like, nuance for how we could build the thing that we're currently still building with BMAD, right? But yeah, just some of that brainstorming was cool. Like, ideas I hadn't thought of that I'm like, oh, yeah, let's fucking do that. That's a great idea, man. And then there's some others. There's OpenSpec. GSD2 is like a wrapper around the Pi SDK, and their explanation for why they do that is pretty good. It means that they have a better insight into when it's like spinning its wheels, and they can jump in and have it like restart or try something different, right? We've still seen it get hung up, and eventually we got GSD2 into a state where it couldn't, like, it like ate itself. It didn't understand how to do any of the stuff it needed to anymore, and it was always just complaining about not being able to find like certain files that it should know where they are and all that stuff. So it was actually a good pivot point to go from GSD2 to OpenSpec, because OpenSpec is good at like brownfield applications, right? Whereas I feel like BMAD and GSD2 are really good for like greenfield. Theoretically, SpecKit is good for all of it. The thing I dislike about SpecKit though is, I mean, keep in mind so far we're using it with Devin's SWE 1.6 because someone gave us some free credits to try it. It doesn't ask enough like questions before it just goes off to the races. It doesn't present enough like, let's clarify things, let's get there. And the plan that it presents, it like glosses over very quickly. So I'm not necessarily sold on SpecKit yet. And then there's one more that I want to try called Paul. Right? It's the plan, apply, unify loop. Now, the problem I have with this is it doesn't really seem like it's updated that often. I'm not sure that matters, but I would still like to give it a shot. I haven't figured out whether it's good for greenfield or brownfield, and that'll determine what I end up using it with. But yeah, all of these are basically to solve the context drop problem, in my opinion. Right? All of these tools I just mentioned. It's about creating a plan and having the plan documented in a place that it can reread it and continue from where it left off. Is your name Paul? Is that it? Is that the part I'm missing there? Nice. Nice. But yeah, so I don't know. I haven't tried this one yet. I do want to give it a shot. And I still also haven't done Grill Me. in a significant way. I think Grill Me would also be a good option, but I haven't toyed with it yet. And if you're unaware of Grill Me, that's from Matt Pocock's skills. I don't know if you guys know Gary Bernhardt. He's like super famous-ish, at least from like years ago. He has some of the most famous talks ever given. You remember the WAT video about like, you know, JavaScript and Python and Ruby and some of the weird stuff in those? It's like just 5 minutes of hilarity. He lives in Seattle, so he goes to Seattle JS from time to time. So I got to chat with him about some of this stuff, and he has his own Grill Me command, like heavily inspired by Matt Pocock's maybe, but it's like all of his own stuff now. But he has some really interesting takes on some of this AI usage stuff. Like, and the way he does it, I don't think he would ever benefit from what deep SWE is trying to tell us, because he is very much like, he wants to be a human in the loop. When he's prompting, he doesn't want to like read or critique or deal with more than like 200 lines at a time. If his clanker is doing more than that, there's a problem, right? As far as like his flow goes. And I found that really interesting. So yeah, he did that WAT video. He also did the Birth and Death of JavaScript, which is my favorite talk of all time, because he gave that talk in like 2013, 2014, something like that. And he basically predicted the awesome future that we're living through right now. Like, we're not there yet, but it could get that way, right? We could have Chrome running inside Firefox inside something else with Photoshop, like just like all just compiled to WASM all the way down. We haven't gotten to like WASM at ring 0 yet, though. But we could eventually. So yeah, Grill Me is awesome, but very plug and play into other systems. Right, okay, so the idea is like you could be doing all this other stuff, and then you kick off Grill Me and have it like fine-tune the plan anyway, or something. Or you could like pass it as context first. Like maybe you run Grill Me first, and then take its output and feed it to Paul or BMAD or whatever. I could see that being useful. Or just use it standalone, right? Oh, Grill with Docs is better? Yeah, because we were just looking at Grill Me. I feel like I had it open somewhere. Yeah, here it is, right? It's actually super short. So yeah, you're saying the Grill Me with Docs is better? Ah, Grill with Docs. Okay, so this one. Ah, okay. See, I haven't tried this one yet either. Well, I missed some follows. CV Noob, sorry if you're still out there. My bad. I forgot that. But thank you for the follow. Dance Addicted, or Paul, thank you for the follow. And Shafa In. And Will, thank you for the follows. Yes, I agree with that too, Will, for sure, right? Like, it maybe does get a little overcomplicated, but just anything that's like out of context or like out of session context that you can bring back in is useful. And how you want to do that is really up to you. I think having a framework, though, that other people can use and benefit from is useful, right? And I still think like linear doesn't necessarily enforce all of the stuff that you would want for like context. Like, I would still want to build a proper spec from what's in the linear ticket, you know? Because how often is a linear or Jira or whatever ticket actually like the full specification of what you need, right? Like, it may have the acceptance criteria, but it's not the full spec. So then it really like, comes back to, do you want to be human in the loop, or do you just want to spin off 5 or 6 clankers doing tickets in their own work trees and come back to it later? Yep. So yeah, business requirements in linear, then persist plan files in repo. Yep. And yeah, some of the best like very similar, I think. I made a thing called NeoVim biscuits. It's just, simple annotations inside of NeoVim. I don't even use NeoVim, but I had already built a similar thing for VS Code, and being able to use Tree Sitter made a lot of this stuff easy, right? I have not been to AI Tinkerers, but someone just told me about it. I'm planning on going soon. Yeah, they're what, like every 2 weeks? I think I have to apply to get in or something. And it's just like a signal group, right? So yeah, someone just gave me the invite to that just the other day. I don't think I've like gone through with it yet, but I've heard it's good. Are you going to be at Seattle JS? So the AI dev track? Okay. Sure. What's the other track? I could look into it too. Yeah, I haven't put in the effort yet, so don't worry about it. But yeah, we had an issue for this a while back, and there was enough just like discussion in there that I was able to just like turn a model loose on it, and it just nailed it with the fix, which was awesome. I'm trying to remember which one of these it would have been. Maybe the out of range error? I'm trying to remember what the actual fix was. Nah, this wasn't it. But it was one of those things where like enough people like gave context. I think it was this one. Yep. Yeah. So it's basically, where's my PR? Yeah, all this for sure, dude. This was the PR for sure. So then yeah, back to that issue. Right? There was so much like context about people like chatting and doing things in here that I was able to just pass this issue to the clanker, and boom, it was done. Like, yeah. Like, so these guys just like chatting about it. Yeah, nailed it. I just turned it loose. I forget what even model we did it with. But yeah, it nailed it. So yeah, that is definitely a thing where I think a little bit of triage in an issue is enough like context that the implementation plan might not even be necessary. Now, this is just for a simple bug, not for like a full-on feature. So that's a separate thing, maybe. But that was last year where I was still like way more skeptical about these things, and that was my first like aha moment with it, you know? There was another thing we did too. Hold on. Let's just, I don't know, pick any NPM library that has like multiple versions. Angular? Angular Core, maybe? Oh, Zod? Oh, Zod. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a better one. So then we head over to versions. Oh, I'd have to refresh. Okay, I don't know what that error is. But yeah, we like vibed up a quick thing because I needed to understand like what versions are in production, what are being used, right? Because I was building for something where it's like I wanted to make sure I had compatibility with Vue and what versions of Vue were being used. So we just vibed this up, and it was quick, like, but it's useful, right? Really nice. So yeah, can Colin ever stop maintaining Zod 3? I don't think so. I don't think he can. He's really probably kind of pissed about this. if I'm really thinking about it. Why won't they migrate? Like, kind of thing, you know? I even provided a script, you know? There's even the compatibility layer in V4, you know? So yeah, that's always fun. But yeah, we vibed up this box. You won't have this if you navigate to this page. That was another good, like, aha moment. I think that was the first time we used open code, right? But okay. Let's actually continue working on what we're working on. These were great conversations, though. Like, dude, I do not mind. This was great. Even, right? Even though it got a little heated around, like, the low effort question conversation, I still think there was a lot of value there. I really enjoyed it. And I think it was way more fun to have that conversation than to talk about, like, token efficiency, you know, like, per plan. You know? But let me get more music going. We are going to want to add these models. And someone mentioned GPT 5.6 is coming on Monday. Okay. I could see that. All right. So then looking back at this, do we think we're in a good place to run all of this? I think we still have things we want to prompt about the front end here. But we can be doing front end prompting without worrying about the actual results. Yeah. Right there in that command. And then you can browse the site and check it out too. There should be a little more context for you. Yep. So then 5.5 came out like 3 days after Opus 4.7, and apparently some people have seen references to 5.6 in the Codex client config. Okay. I guess here's what I think I'm kind of seeing though, right? Like, besides like OpenAI really does seem like legitimate jumps in quality. I don't think 4.7 versus 4.8 makes any sense. Like, there's just no value there. Meanwhile, though, 4.6 to 4.7 is a massive bump, right? If we're looking at the max value. 4.8 is a jump in cost. I mean, if you look at it, it's not, right? Opus 4.7 max is $18. Opus 4.8 max is $12. So technically it's cheaper. For a slight bump, you know? Now, this is just one benchmark. But again, isn't their whole point with the latest models that they're like for long horizon tasks? This wouldn't seem to be like the biggest bump to me. Wait, so hold on. What is this showing? Is this runtime code or scripting code? Like, is this like server stuff? Well, I mean, if this was a script that you run like once from your CLI, I don't think that's a big deal. If this is like a production server thing, that's a huge problem. right? Like, is this a part of like your API server? Streamlit? I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's like a full-on application. Yeah, this is terrible. That's a bad idea. All right. So, yeah. I do think we fixed our shader issue. We just have some tabs that are ancient, but I think I actually want to leave the ancient tabs because I may end up making like a ghosty / shader video at some point. I'm just super lazy. But let's look at what we actually want to do here. We definitely want to source the VENV. Keep in mind all the people that are maybe crawling the GitBench site right now. We may have some stability issues as I mess with this. So give me a sec. I think we can close this context and start fresh. So Streamlit is like kind of almost in the same vein as like shit. What's the thing I'm thinking of? Like Livebook or whatever? Like no, not Livebook. What's the Python thing that like data science people use? Where it's like a journal with like mini snippets of shit. What is that? Jupyter, thank you. Yeah, notebook. That's the word I was looking for. Okay. Is it like similar? So it's not super like that? Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me put some effort into my question. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Got it. Okay. I think I get it now. Right. So it's still for maybe like internal dashboards and things like that. Not necessarily something you would want to put like out in production for like the public, but for internal dashboards and things like that, it makes a lot of sense. Okay. I get it. Very cool. I don't know about that AI image. Yeah, I was just curious if there's like other language versions. Because at GitKraken, we pretty much only use like JavaScript, TypeScript for most things. We don't have much Python. We're using Go for a lot of backend stuff. But yeah, like, I just don't know if we'd have anyone who would be really versed enough for the Python part, but I'm sure you could vibe that up, right? But then, like, you lack the ability for, like, taste of, like, well, what's actually a good idea versus bad idea. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. super viable, but then you get the thing you just showed us, right? That's using your local one, though, right? Which Quen was that? Was that the dense one, or was that the mixture of experts one? It was the mixture of experts one. Got it. Well, it picked the wrong expert. Dense is a bit too big for your 5080. Makes sense. Even with like really good quantization. Wasn't that you talking about with like Q8? It was like nailing it, but at Q4 it was blowing it, something like that. Or am I misremembering that model? Or maybe that was even someone else. Oh, main problem is context. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. Hmm. But okay. So what we want to do, let's actually start listing out our plans. So yeah, adding models. We did verify that these things pass and we rethought those. So I'm going to call that good. I mean, we do have a today command you can typically run. If you have questions beyond what's in there, then we're good to go. I can add more context. But yeah, so UI wise, we need to get actual runtime values showing instead of wall time. Let me double check what else we did. So yeah, our concurrency stuff, sure. Fine-tuning some of the bad fixtures. The API routes, removing the tooltips. Yeah, there's some more stuff we can add tooltip and explanation-wise. Yeah, exactly. Like pandas and just all that other stuff is already there. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we may be good. Let's do this, yeah. Hold on. All right, so open router other cheap. Let's do Anthropic cheap. All right, so we'll run Haiku, see how it does. But we got to do one at a time so we don't hit rate limiting. So yeah, we'll let that go in the meantime while we're modifying maybe some of this. And should we do extra high? I don't know if we need extra high right now. Oh, we've already run it, Will. Yeah, we've run that on the GitBench code base already. We've run it on a few. We even ran it on our TurboStream stuff, but it stalled, I think. Hold on, let me double check if that's the PR that stalled. Yeah, it's good. It pointed out some interesting stuff, but because Jetstream Turbo needs to be like massively optimized. Oh, yeah, no. So we were able to fix the benchmarks that failed from the architecture changes, which was good. Like it found a bunch of good stuff. But yeah, this is a totally different thing where our vacuum is just, it totally fucked one of our benchmarks, which bums me out. So yeah, we're still held on that issue. But let's double check. How is our stability? So we're still down by 600K because we're still playing catch up from when we had a little bit of downtime in the past. Right? Like we're still playing catch up from whatever this incident was. So it'll take a while for us to like refetch that 600K. And yeah, our uptime is still massively impacted by that too. If we switch it to the 7 days, let's double check our uptime there. Okay, 99.98, but we still get dips. So yeah, we need to really think about our stability there. I'm not sure what's causing that. Oh, this is like, dude, we have like so many projects going concurrently that it's like, it's a little much. This one requires a kind of a deep explanation. The Blue Sky, or the AT protocol, you can listen to the fire hose of all data passing over the AT protocol. It's just totally open. That's the whole point. But that fire hose is CBOR encoded binary data. So they realized that's a little bit of a headache for people to deal with, even though it's just a WebSocket away doing the whole CBOR decoding and all that BS. They do that on their own with a thing called the Jetstream, which is then just outputting JSON data. That Jetstream has awesome JSON data, and you can listen to that, and that's what these baselines are right here. We'll have to figure out why this one's been failed for so long. I think I just need to reboot. I'm curious why it hasn't rebooted on its own, though. But that's a separate thing. But yeah, we're using, that as our baseline of like the amount of messages over the wire. However, there's a thing Graze.social created that is called the turbo stream. Now, the difference between the turbo stream and the Jetstream is the Jetstream is just the raw message data. It doesn't include any of like the actual metadata you would care about, like users' profile images or the parent comment they're responding to or any of that stuff. So they created their turbo stream that goes and fetches from the Blue Sky API, right, their REST API, to hydrate a bunch of that metadata. And then the turbo stream spits out messages with that included metadata, which is awesome. However, I'm building a product called Masijo. Is that Italian? No, that's English. Sorry, IT crowd reference. And Masijo is for like just monitoring for keyword mentions on various social media platforms. We're focusing on tech right now, so just Hacker News, Blue Sky, and Lobsters for now. We're going to add Reddit eventually, but we got to think about how we do that because they are massively anti-scraping and all that shit. That's a separate thing. But the idea is I have this business that I'm trying to build. I'm my only paying customer for now. We do have like, I don't know, something like 60 or 70 people signed up just like try it out because that's the power of streaming. But the idea is building my application to rely upon some middleman, right? Some other company that has nothing to do with the actual like data source that we care about. It's just like some other company providing something out of the goodness of their heart. That's just bad business, right? And they ended up then having like 2 or 3 days of downtime, I want to say 6 months ago. Because of that downtime, I realized, okay, now I have to create my own fork. And then, yes, that was our plan. We did our own fork. We vibe coded the fuck out of it. That was the first usage of GSD that we did. And yeah, like just nailed it, right? We got our own. And this site is for us to monitor the performance against Graze.social's thing, right? And then the baseline of the Jetstream to see how far behind we are message-wise on their stuff. And then see how far behind we are message-wise here. Yeah, a lot of interesting use cases for this data, for sure. And really, like, the Graze.social turbo stream is wide open if you just want to fiddle with this stuff. The Masijo stream is not wide open, but you could probably figure it out how to listen to it right now. I haven't implemented any gatekeeping for it, but I probably will have to. But it's not a big deal. But yeah, it's just fun stuff to make. And yeah, and if you're talking about like Masijo and how valid this is, like, yeah, there's a bunch of use cases for that, right? Let's see. We do have the web app going. All right, so if we go to like solutions and it's like, hold on. We have a graphic, like there's a bunch of garbage in there that we need to fix. Ooh, and yeah, right? Like we could do keyword matching, but then we can use an LLM to actually like filter for intent on those messages. Like, I don't know, we got some cool productionized AI usage. We're using GPT OSS 120B, so it's dirt cheap. Yeah, nope. So I think it's maybe this last one that has the thing. So yeah, right? Like I'm ditching Notion. Any alternatives out there? Right? If you're waiting 3 hours to reply to it, the thread's already dead. So with Masijo, you could respond quicker to slide into that fucking thread on Hacker News. Kind of idea. So I think it has massive value, especially for the cost. I'm just bad at marketing. And technically, I haven't even tried marketing. If you build it, they will come, right? The software is a service of dreams. I know, it's crazy. If only I had a way, and I haven't been employing it myself like enough yet, for sure. But yeah, that's going to be the next thing. So yeah, you're onto something. Anyway, yeah, we're doing a bunch of bullshit. So yeah, we want to get the actual runtime values showing instead of wall time. We're going to do an OpenSpec Explore. We recently added API time to our results that we record per benchmark run. We don't have that data in the web app. We currently just have wall time. Okay, so yeah, we recently added API time to our results that we record per benchmark run. We don't have that data in the web app. We currently just have wall time. We need to change the website, but we might also need to change how we aggregate runs into the results.json, as well as how we then split data into our SQLite store. Because we split our data into the SQLite store so that we could speed up the requests for like parts of the website, right? So each one of these should theoretically be its own smaller payload. Just double check that. So yeah, totally. So yeah, we see pass rate, which is the main data, 17K. Quadrant data is a bit heavier. The cost data is heavier, all that. But at least we're splitting it out, so it's a little easier now. When we had all of the models previously that we haven't run yet, it was like 17 megs of JSON data. So yeah, splitting this out is very important as we start getting like, a larger payload there. Yeah, so I want to reinterpret the existing runtime chart because I don't think wall time has value. It's going to keep exploring, but it's wrong in this exploration. This is more about just like the raw data. We may actually start considering at GitKraken which model we use for various tasks, right? But right now, I think we're using Gemini Flash for a lot, like by default, and it ends up being kind of like way up there on the quality to cost ratio. I don't have a Claude Code plan anymore. This is Codex at the moment. I use a bunch of them. So yeah, what you're seeing me use right now doesn't indicate any type of like loyalty or anything like that. They're just tools. Yeah. Wall time can remain in raw run. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So, yep, clean policy, blah, blah. I would not store API time in duration MS. That would make old new data impossible to reason about. Better to keep the raw fields honest, but make aggregation. Choose API duration MS. So API duration MS should be in the raw results already. We deleted and reran everything after adding them. So we only care about the aggregation and SQLite and UI stuff. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Right? So, like, this is the thing. I could have spent all this time coming up with the spec myself. You know? Or we can just, like, have a dialogue with the clanker to design the spec and move on. Like, you're seeing how complicated my prompting is very light. Like, I like the dialogue. I like the conversation and confirming things. I don't necessarily relate to the people that are trying to do the long horizon. Here's a fine-tuned, handcrafted 500-line prompt. Like, dude, I can't relate to that. It makes no sense to me, like, at all. Have I considered multi-turn eval? And what do you mean by that? Like, are you saying for the benchmarks we're doing for GitBench specifically, or are you just saying for like as part of my process? So you're saying for GitBench. The specs are so simple, I don't think multi-turn reasoning matters. Right? Like, if we go look at the fixtures, they're really not that complicated. So, I don't know. What one do you want to check out? Blame forensics? Like, dude, this is the entire blame forensics step. We run these commands, and that is our initial state. And then this is the prompt we're looking for. And then this is kind of what we're looking for out of it, right? Like the purpose of it, right? The value we're expecting. A lot of this stuff is pretty deterministic, and I don't think multi-step eval makes any sense because it's just so simple. You know? And what we've actually uncovered is that a bunch of these models, like Sonnet, fail because they don't actually do this part properly, right? The output only the commit message of that commit, nothing else. That's the part they fail. They add a whole bunch of other junk, which I think is actually like an honest critique, right? Yeah, if it's adding a bunch of other shit and not following our instructions, that's a failure in my opinion. Even if it found the right, the right commit message, it's not doing what was asked, which means I think that's a failure. And what up, Meekle? How you doing? Is it Meekle or Michael? And how's this run doing? All right, so we've got 2 of these so far, and yeah, dude. Haiku peaks at like 25% success for some of these. 8% success. The submodule usage and work tree usage is actually like one of the biggest critiques of these things. A lot of Git actions are going to be done 50K plus tokens into a context window. Yeah, I'm not sure that's that important for what we're going for. Like, I'm not necessarily trying to measure the impact of context rot. I think as a naive, like, zero context thing, we're still getting like valid results. Like we don't need to necessarily like if everything was passing immediately with empty context and just the stuff we need, then I might think, yeah, what does context rot do? But like these things are already failing. You know? So I don't know if context rot is nearly as important. And maybe that would be a good thing for like version 2. But I think for a version 1, just the initial, you know, like empty context, here's what you got, here's what we're looking for, done, right? I think that still has a lot of value for understanding how these things work and what they're good at. I'm not saying like no, I'm saying like I just don't know if we need it yet. Like I don't know if it's worth the time investment, you know? Like we need to get value out of this from GitKraken first before it's even worth like further investment into something that's most likely going to be way more expensive. Right now, with all the models that we've had so far, and that's not even all the ones we have total, because we've added more since then, is looking at like 50 to 70 bucks to run a full suite for every model that we have. If we added 50,000 extra tokens to that context, that would cost us way more, right? And I'm not saying GitKraken can't afford it, but we still want to get a good return on the investment, right? So yeah, in general, this is kind of just like a top of funnel thing. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. No, and that's not even that adversarial. No, I wouldn't consider that adversarial. Like it's somewhat critical, but not adversarial, right? Like you're critiquing and just analyzing it. So yeah, no, you're good, man. Right? Like, yeah, if you wanted to augment the capability of the model, you might add some skills that give it more context. But this is pure evaluating the model in like the purest, cleanest context possible. In the future, maybe for V2, what skills would improve the output? I don't know, man. Technically, skills are a harness problem. They're not a direct model call problem. So think about it this way. You could add extra prompting, which acts as a skill. So you could inject that skill as context, even though you're not calling the skill directly, right? That might be a way to do it, but then you're actually like evaluating the skills themselves, right? As opposed to like, you know, then you're like evaluating the prompt engineering more than anything, rather than just getting like the capability of the model. And I don't think that has as much value, and there's way more room for like, well, I added ipso facto and abracadabra to my prompt and it fixed everything. Well, dude, how would anyone ever predict that, you know? Like, I just think there's way too much variability on the skills and the prompts that you would inject that I just don't think that's good for benchmarking. Now, I do think I would love to evaluate models' ability to do exactly what the skill suggests. Like, how easily are the models using a skill and getting the exact thing you expect out of it? I think that's a totally separate benchmark, though. And it's not unique to just Git. So I would love to create like a skill following benchmark, you know? Yeah, for sure. But, you know, maybe like you don't care about the skill for Git stuff. You might just care about how well do the models follow what the skills are intending, you know? And that might be a separate set of benchmarks that have a lot more value, right? And I have been like chatting a little bit with the Open Router folks. They're more than willing to provide credits for interesting like benchmark stuff, which is cool. I would love it. I may hold on. Wait, what's this stuff? Okay, SQLite guy, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. How many LLM benchmarks does a person need to make before they can call themselves an AI researcher and quadruple their salary? Asking for a friend. We're working on GitBench. All right, so yeah, the change boundary settled, raw run stay as is, and yeah, sudo. Yes, you're right. Like I care about the raw result more than anything right now. There's definitely other stuff that we could care about, but like you gotta like scope creep is a thing no matter what, right? Avoiding scope creep in the AI age is actually even more important. So yeah, actual runtime values showing instead of wall time. I know there was some other like UI stuff I wanted to do, but I didn't take the notes. So now I'm like blowing it there. Yeah. The fact that my boss loves this idea is awesome. Like I'm really pumped on that. Yeah, exactly. Like it's always been easy, but it's even easier now. Yeah. And like scope creep has always been a problem. All right, so yeah. Next step is an open spec change. The proposal. And thank you for the follows, Asda and Hirikari. Welcome. While it's creating this, let me go use the restroom. I'm going to dump what's in my whiskey glass. I think I'm out of the Coca-Cola, though, so it's going to be whiskey and water. Yeah. No, it'll be fine. But I do need to use the restroom. Give me a sec, and I will be right back. Yep. No more Coca-Cola. I'm gonna drink whiskey with water. Water? Like from the toilet? Yep. Ooh, this album's about to end though. Let's get another album going. Do we want to stay with crunchy stuff? I think I want to stay with crunchy stuff. All right, so this is still coming up with the proposal. That means, well, number one, we can double check this. That's still got time to go. So yeah, we're going to let that keep running, which means, yeah, I guess now it's time to look at some of the other stuff we're doing. So yeah, we've got actually 3 or 4 different projects kind of churning at the same time. Moondog, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Put the mic to the right position. So yeah, we've also got this other thing that we're building. You have to go, but you're enjoying stream? Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks. I stream 5 days a week, so I'll be able to see you again for sure. I am gonna miss Monday and Tuesday though, because Seattle JS or Cascadia JS is happening. So Michael, I forget how to, I don't know if you told me how to pronounce your name. When you're building something like GitBench, there is no client, right? Technically, right, Will is one of the clients because they would use this data to make decisions at their business. They literally just gave us a critique, a feature that they would like. We did talk to a client, basically, right? Right? The expected consumer of this is someone like Will. So we were literally taking in client feedback just now. And still, you got to fight scope creep. No, and that's what I'm saying, though. Technically, every project has the potential for scope creep, right? We just talked to a potential client, even though it doesn't make us any money, and they suggested a feature that we have to use our own taste as a creator to understand if it's something we actually need to build. Yeah, exactly. Customers love to ask for things that they won't actually use or need. 100%. 100%. Water, from the toilet. But okay, so the other thing that we're building on right now is a thing called ShadCN skeuomorphism or skeuomorphic or something like that. The idea is you guys have maybe seen neo-brutalism, right? This is a ShadCN library with a bunch of components that is styled very specifically. I want to do a similar thing based upon skeuomorphism, which is really just trying to replicate the real world into digital applications, right? But let me do this. Let's find React. UI, they call it neumorphism. I guess neumorphism, skeuomorphism. So neumorphism would have been fine. So yeah, this is the idea. You get these things that mimic the way light actually plays in the real world. So the shadow or the light source is coming from up here in the upper left corner and it's reflecting down, right? So it creates shadows that mimic actual physical contours of the real world. Similar to what Angular material or material design in general was trying to do, but a different approach, right? Yeah, I think it's pretty. It's not necessarily good, and it's kind of weird, but at the end of the day, we can just build it and see what happens. Fuck it. So yeah, I had previously used UI neumorphism, for a project, and I had to migrate away because it just didn't work in like an Astro site because of just like shenanigans they're pulling. I think they use context or something else for passing component styling and like global style stuff. So yeah. Meanwhile, ShadCN works perfectly in Astro sites. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a ShadCN version of this so that we can start using it in various websites. And just for the fun of it, this is also, we're using Devon and their SWE 1.6 model just so that we can evaluate it because someone gave us 200 credits. Now, it turns out they gave us a coupon code for $200. I paid for the max plan for a month, and I still ended up having to pay $20 out of my own pocket because of tax. I'm definitely not getting $20 worth of value out of it yet, but it is an interesting like thing to fiddle with. So this is the Devon CLI tool. I think the proper way to evaluate Devon would actually be like spin up some cloud agents and do stuff. I don't remember what we're doing with this one. Do we have that in GitKraken right now? We don't. Let's go find it. And yeah, neumorphism is actually exactly what I was looking for. I was getting it confused with neo-brutalism. So yeah, we may need to like rename that back at some point. So yeah, all these changes that are staged, we should be able to compose commits with AI. We may need to do like an AI ignore to have it ignore PNPM lock files and things like that. Because this may be too big for the context window. Come on, GitKraken. I believe in you. I think it's going to time out. Yeah. I really wish we had a better error message for that too. I submitted it as feedback, but you know, they got to prioritize as they want to prioritize. I may have to go in and fix it myself. Brainless. I mean, honestly, Copilot's going to start charging like per token costs eventually, right? I heard that, right? So yeah, like the subscription isn't even going to be as valuable as it was. You may not need to. At least that's what I've heard. Anyone have any other context around that? Copilot token cost increase. Yeah, so subscriptions are acting as a monthly credit allowance. All right, so you're just paying for like X amount of credits per month rather than them being subsidized. $200 credits? Okay. So yeah, might as well use it if they're paying for it. I think there's a calculator. No, hold on. I could have sworn someone created like a little calculator thing to see how much your price is going to increase. But yeah, I don't remember. All right, so what we can do though, we can unstage that file. And then Vnox, you can actually just click your name and you can see all that info, right? How long you've been following. If you're on mobile, it's a little trickier. But, you know, from what I can see, you've been following since June 6th, 2022. Ooh, Brainless. Do you want to play tonight? Instead of V-Rising? Right? V-Rising will always be there, free to play. I mean, I'd like to. Yeah, I quite like PoE2. How about this? We can start playing it, and if you hate it, we can switch. No big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Robotic Head will be down. And yeah, so real quick, yeah, it's a big download too. It's like 140 gig. One thing you may want to do, figure out what class you want to play. And maybe like think about like a good starter build because the build system is very complex. If you do want to wing it, feel free, but yeah, coming up with a good starter build is pretty useful. So just in case you want to look at builds, you know, see things about like what class you want to play or any of that stuff, I tend to use Mobilytics. I think there's another site that's good too that I forgot the name of. I know, right? Yeah, I was not kidding. It is like 140 gig. And yeah, there's like a lot of other like beginner guides and things that you might want to check out too. Totally up to you though. He's 65 and loves video games. That's fucking cool. That's awesome, man. But okay, so yep, that was the issue. We were able to run it, but yeah, the PNPM lock was the issue there. So we'll create those commits. Update PNPM lock. All right, cool. So now the next thing we want to prompt, let's double check. Hold on. How are these doing? All right, so we are now ready to do this. But yeah, that's awesome, Kenny. All right, so that one continues to chug along. We get back to this Devon feature. Let's fix those tests. All right. Yes, this one's kicking along. We should look at cuneiform, which is yet another project we're working on. The code review for this one finished. Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing here. Okay, so here we go. We're going to unstage that one. Yeah, a little annoying that it broke our commit format. That's definitely something we could have just done. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, kind of annoying. Oh, it failed? Kind of is a lot of stuff. Let me just try one more time. "26 file changes is a bit much." And yeah, so the stuff we're doing with BMed here, right, this cuneiform thing, I think it is definitely like pure slop, but we're doing it so that we can evaluate if some of these planning tools can compensate or can like help you figure things out besides just like build me a thing and one shot it. Just a lot of tests without a thing to capture. I don't know. I'm not specifically aware of yeah, I'm not specifically aware of any good skills for that. Oh man. Get cracking AI usage almost gone. Son of a bitch. What story was it? Beast. I think that's what it did. All right, so pi up, dude. And yeah, if the person who asked about like what harness I use, like yeah, see, I'm not loyal to a harness. It's just a tool. You know? Some of these harnesses are connected up just specifically for certain providers, so I don't have to change stuff all the time. So yeah, currently Pi is wired up to our Olama subscription. We've got the Devon thing. We've got Codex. I'm still paying for the Minimax subscription just because I like supporting them, but I might drop that one down to the $10 tier. Yeah, what else are we currently paying for? I think we're paying for Gemini still too, but I might cancel that one. Right, because most of my usage ends up being through like the open router stuff anyway for the testing. I haven't been using Gemini for basically anything code-wise for a while. We're on 24. 24 is fine, man. I don't tend to do anything other than LTS. Sorry. But you're right. You're right. NPM is tied to node version. And what's up, Dash? How you doing? I understand it can, King, but then you kind of like, you throw away a lot of the reliability of the whole point of an LTS system. Right? The whole point of LTS is that these things go hand in hand for compatibility reasons, support, etc. But okay. They definitely should. Yeah. And maybe there's like an update that I could do for the LTS version. All right, so we could update to this one. That one might have it. Sure, that's not a bad point. Just to make sure. It does. Yeah, so it is backported. Yep. Well, I mean, Node itself ties them together, dude. Like, duh. But yeah. No, you're good. Now we got it. Easy enough. So they have ported it. So now we're fixed. Thanks. But yeah, Dash, what are you up to? Okay. So here we are. Born to be Kings, Masters of the Universe. So we just did code review. And next we want to do dev story. That's right. Okay. I forgot about create story. All right, so then let's double check on some of these. Yeah, so it commit like the ultimate sin. It's trying to use context when we need this stuff to work everywhere. Oh, King, you're excited for that movie, Masters of the Universe? Yeah, except I wasn't referencing that Masters of the Universe. I was referencing the Queen song from Highlander. which is also a classic film. Solid nostalgia. If you haven't seen Highlander, you're fucking up. Oh, you're fucking up. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. The film that gave us Clancy Brown as the Kurgan? Oh, it's so good. Like, it's cheesy, it's whatever, but it's so good. It's one of those films that, man, the first was so good, it's a shame they never made any sequels. It was like The Matrix before The Matrix. When was it released? I want to say 1984. 86. That was close. Yeah, Clancy Brown's the best. Oh, he's so good. He's so good. Framework agnostic, SSR safe, sure. All right. I mean, we do have framework specific dependencies, right? That part's a little weirder to me. But it's not the end of the world. All right, so now let's pop this up. Hold on. It's going to be at 3002. Okay. It's not great. I've seen worse. Yeah, all right. Let me get more music going. Your exposure to Western movies was limited, but He-Man was still pretty big. Interesting. And hold on, wait, you're epileptic, but you watched a lot of He-Man? I swear, He-Man is like one of the worst offenders when it comes to flashing lights. It's like, I have the power, and it's just like flash, flash, flash. I will admit I may be getting it confused with the He-Man meme song. That's entirely possible. All right, so hold on. What is it exactly that we just did? What was our feature? Oh, that's right. The configuration. Okay, configuration system is in place. I don't see a way to actually use it. Yeah, when he says, I have the power. Oh, that makes sense, King. Gotcha. Okay, so I believe this next task that it like planned out previously is now going to add that like configuration thing to the site, right? But maybe not. I'm seeing like fix a bunch of stuff. Yep. Have a good one, King. Thanks for chilling over on the YouTube. We'll see you again soon. And Brainless, how's the download going? Like, are you even going to be like fully downloaded by the time we game tonight? You still got like 2 hours or so. Known issues, huh? I don't even see that. All right, so remaining test issues. All right, so that's continuing to tick along. Ooh, Haiku's hammering through some of these. And wow, dude, Haiku gets basically the same score as Sonnet. At least last time we ran Sonnet. Wait. Oh. Okay, so Max is only on Sonnet and Opus. Okay, so then how do we remove those GitBench results? It'll be the latest one, right? There we go. All right, cool. What is... Right, what is the default effort? Okay, so hold on. Oh, Will, I forgot about Matt Pocock's TDD skill. Well, there you go. Yeah. Meekle. God damn it. Did you tell me whether it was Meekle or Michael? And I just missed it? Because I think I was kind of mid rant, wasn't I? Mickle? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce it. Otherwise, you're going to listen to me saying it different every single time. Yeah, so I think we need to rerun our cheap and expensive models again because I think it messed up on the none. And wait, what the hell? Okay, so, right, if we look at our results, Hmm. Okay, so yeah, what I think I want to do next. All right, you think you will be a botanist? Oh, you mean the druid, like the plant druid? I was doing the same one, but it's fun. It's a fun build. I think you'll like it. Yeah, I could always start a new one. No, 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 no. It doesn't conflict whatsoever, man. Like, no, it doesn't matter. Pick whatever you want. I will happily pick around it. I do not mind. I'm gonna do multiple attacks anyway. Yeah, no, I got all sorts of stuff I could do, dude. Don't even worry about it. Does mean I'm gonna find a different build, but like, yeah, yeah, I'm not even worried. Because yeah, the one I started, I'm only at like level 3. Like, yeah, and it took me less than a half hour to get there. So yeah, I'm not worried whatsoever. Go for it. You know, have fun. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, feel free, Brainless. Yeah, give it a shot, man. Especially because I think the rest of us have already played it before. So yeah, feel free, get some of the story, like have some fun with it. And yeah, you can try a couple different classes if you want, but you won't really know what classes you like until like later in the game anyway. Quen Code has native LSP support. You don't think OpenCode does? I thought that was one of the biggest claims to fame OpenCode had, that it was doing LSP stuff. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They were one of the first ones to do it. You've been reading some old docs? Maybe. Aider? I haven't used Aider myself. At this point, anything but AMP. Anything but AMP. All right, so this one's still kicking along, solving those. That's one you use for pure vibing because of Olama support? Like local model Olama support or like Olama cloud support? Because Olama cloud support's pretty easy. Local. Got it. And what models are you using locally? Is there much value to using Olama? You're just using Llama CPP? For local models, probably not. You may consider. I guess you're not on a Mac, right, Small Knight? So maybe that doesn't matter. But I was gonna say, LM Studio, is really nice just because of their like search function, right? So being able to grit, like just find any model you want with the quantization you want and all that stuff is like really easy. Opus 4.8 failed miserably. Hold on. Opus 4.8 failed at what? You're investing in a setup for GLM. It costs 500,000 euros. Holy fuck. You started out with LM Studio, but less optimizable. Got it. Okay. No, that makes sense. All right, so yeah, we're going to specify a new feature. Have I tried CMux? I have not. I remember seeing it. Seems interesting. Well, no, like Small Knight, like he's talking about literally what I'm doing right now. So I'm doing Debian for this thing. I'm doing, you know, Codex and some other stuff for GitBench, right? I'm doing a few others that are going as well, right? So it would be valuable for me, but I tend to have like the CLI for browsing things right next to it. I don't know. I could definitely give it a shot. We'll see. I don't know. I don't mind juggling these things. It's not that big a deal. You're talking about like using the ACP, right? The agent client protocol. Is that what you're talking about? All right, so GitBench. Fix the failing tests. Cool, 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 cool. The bread, you finally got a GPU that can handle Gemma 4 in Q8, and you've been testing that this week. Nice. All right, so here's something I kind of want to try. Yeah, we want to fix which models go where, because some of these were more expensive than intended. All right, so we're going to rerun the other cheap models. All right, so yeah, we figured out why the Haiku Max was going so fast, because it was failing, which is fine. We can rerun that here in a minute. I just want to make sure that we're rerunning all these. That's going to take some time. All right, so we'll let that keep churning and burning. What else was there that we really needed like surface into? Into our data layer. Oh, I remember now. Yeah. Um, I'm going to call that good. We've only got half of our half of our 5-hour window left, only 41% of our weekly. So yeah, X high does burn through stuff. What is our actual usage looking like, though? All right, resets June 1st. That is Monday. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, we've been using Codex quite a bit this week. And we're only on the $20 tier. So there's value there. I think we're getting exactly what we needed. All right, so this is going to be OpenSpec Explore. I want the... Right, so yeah, we want to show the full bar, and the range is then a line drawing kind of thing. Still want to keep vertical orientation. We just want to change the bar rendering. So let's see how far it goes with this and how much it actually like sticks to the plan. All right, so yeah, it's using Agent Browser for some of this. So this is interesting, right? While we're waiting for this stuff, I'd love to discuss a bit about it. or at least like understand it, read it together. Right? So he's not smart enough to know any better, but here's his take on the model industry, especially with regards to using it in coding agents. Models are the entirety of the capabilities. Context engineering is not really a thing. You cannot work around limitations of models. I'm not sure about that. I'm not so sure that's true. So then models that are outdated, not being actively trained, tuned, become significantly worse than models that are continuously trained. This goes hand in hand with one, you can't work around the model's lack of knowledge, or anti-knowledge even. More so, you can try, but it will forever want to do what its training biases towards. Yeah, exactly. I don't think everything he says is absolute truth, but at least he's saying it to try and get a conversation going. Sure. So the cost of inference might be achievable today from what customers are willing to spend, but the economics are totally broken because nothing factors in the cost of training. Yes, there's charts that hypothesize about how this will fix itself, but that's all make believe as far as I can tell. I mean, is there any doubt in your mind that the cost of Opus, like per token, is absolutely subsidizing or like rolling in the cost of the training? There's no other reason why it would be so much more expensive, right? Like compared to open models. So I don't know about that one either. There are still valuable ad plays with local models, out of date models, but for the most difficult tasks that we all want to believe in, I don't think they are going to be good enough, especially because most people are betting in more capabilities than we have today, not same or less. Informed by his day-to-day usage of models, the behaviors he sees, and his attempts at working around those behaviors, often unnecessarily. You could totally be wrong, but he's betting that he's directionally correct. I don't know about that. Right? So then, yeah, this is really just like a continuation of this thought. Can someone explain to me how open source models can keep up if pre-training isn't saturated? It costs 2 to 4 billion to train a current gen model. Distillation is increasingly hard as access to the most powerful models gets blocked. $2 to 4 billion to train a current gen model? That's got to be just OpenAI and Anthropic. Are we really thinking Minimax is spending 2 to 4 bill on each iteration of their model? I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. Why do we think it is that the market doesn't seem to value them? Cargo culting. Absolutely. It's similar to the argument we got in about question effort earlier, right? Well, I'm streaming, so people look up to me and they want my opinion. Okay, but think for yourself, question authority, man. Right? There's just too much cargo culting and too much people listening to the loudest voices in the room rather than just like forming their own opinion and having an actual conversation about it. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm I'm not so sure I agree. But I at least wanted like share it, see what we think. Yeah, we ran into similar issues when we were using Gemma as well. DeepSeek V3 was less than 10 mil. Okay. Are there any numbers on what V4 cost? Fuck yeah, Clanker, you nailed it. You knew exactly what I was looking for there. Oh, Clanker, you're the best. Good job. Good job. Yeah, the shared grouped bar renderer. Hell yeah, let's do that. All-in-one llama CPP binary? Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what the other person that you were talking to was talking about. Ooh, the range whisker. Ooh, that's a good name. That's a good call. Okay. Let's do more music. There we go. So yeah, it looks good. Let's make that spec. Yeah, like these visuals and stuff. Yep. There's a web UI too. Nice. Yeah, I even had a tweet the other day that I thought was interesting. It's gonna be back there a bit. Dude, this right here. Right? So like we were working on the mobile menu for GitBench. And this is what it came up with for like the logos. So like the Git Kraken logo became the squid, which was awesome. So yeah, this was some Codex stuff too. I didn't realize that was really like more of a Codex thing because I just haven't used Claude that much recently. Like I was filling up like my context window usage way too much. How's the benchmark suite running right now? Yep, Mistral almost finished because it's fast at least. Nematron I thought was faster, but okay. And I forgot we were trying Baidu CoBuddy. This is actually letting us know that the free tier stuff. Oh no, maybe not. Oh yeah, Baidu CoBuddy breaks. Oh, I bet CoBuddy's just not even there anymore. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, let it keep running, but yeah, that's really annoying. All right, let's double check on some of these. And yeah, hold on. Let's check out CMux, just in case. I do remember hearing people talking about it. Yeah, it doesn't really handle UIs like this in a way that I'm pretty pumped on. Like the text is just so small. Yep, based on Ghosty, but it's not using my shader. How dare they? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the zoom level. Like, none of this stuff's actually legible. Oh, I see what's going on there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some kind of account to help you sync across devices. Right, Small Knight? Yeah, exactly. Um, what? What do you mean pi isn't found? Well, Codex opens up. Why would pi not be found, though? So that's already a deal breaker. Oh. So actually, maybe that's not a problem. Oh, it's because we changed node version. Oh. Right. It's because we updated our node version to 24.16. Okay. Yeah. So that's a me error. That was problem exists between the keyboard and chair. Do I still have to install Pi via npx? Oh, that's a cool logo. That was nifty. That was nifty. That was cool. Oh, fancy. Oh, what? No, hold on. Oh, I see. Small knight. That is very common to all sorts of languages. Right? PyEnv, pipenv, etc. UV, poetry. Python has like 6 different things that you could use. Ruby, RVM, totally exists. Has existed for a long fucking time. Rust Up has its own version manager as well, man. Like, it's not a node specific thing. It's definitely a peeve that I have. People complain about a node thing that exists fucking everywhere else too. You know? Node suffers from success. That's it. That's it. They suffer because it's such a larger attack surface than any other fucking language ecosystem. Sure. And how is that not allowing you to switch between versions, right? The ENV. You may want Python 3.9 or Python 3.11, etc. But you may want to still jump back to other versions for various reasons. Yeah, I don't know. There you go. Here we go. Nuance in this economy? All right, so we got Pi updated now. That's good. Requires a version manager outside of the built-in toolchain. Okay, so now Python's the only one I can think of that has a built-in toolchain like that. Maybe C#, right? Like the .NET ecosystem might have some of that, right? What version of .NET Core are you looking for, kind of thing? But Rust up? No, that's third party, man. That's not part of the core. RVM? Nope. Third party, man. Not part of the core. As far as I remember. Right? Like, it's very common. I think it's a bad complaint. No offense. It's just a bad complaint. It exists in all sorts of places. The supply chain vulnerability of Node.js is only because they're suffering from success. Every single other language has this problem. They're just not big enough. Not big enough for the hacker to expend the energy to try and compromise shit. Every single other open source ecosystem has supply chain vulnerabilities. Java, C++, Rust, Go. All of them could have the same damn issues, but the surface area isn't big enough to justify the effort. That's it. That's fucking it. It's a bad complaint. Sorry. It completely ignores the entire rest of the world's programming stuff. And they're trying, but it's a problem every single centralized package repository is going to have. And even if you're not a centralized repository, what prevents you from downloading a Go package, right? Go module style, where someone just compromised the GitHub repository? It's even easier to do that, and it's even harder to catch when it's bad. Yeah, I think it's a bad complaint. It's a bad argument. I mean, I've been hearing it for a long fucking time, but almost everyone that mentions it completely ignores that it is a problem in every other language. It's just a bigger surface area for Node.js. That's it. That's fucking it. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. And I could be wrong, but like, tell me how I'm wrong. I don't think I am in this case, at least. I'm wrong all the time, but I don't think this is one of them. You know what I'm more surprised about? That we don't hear more about like PHP packages being compromised. Because Composer is arguably a larger ecosystem. Maybe not, right? I would actually love to see the metrics of like, you know, PHP in the wild versus like any of those things actually using Composer for their builds. Maybe Composer is actually an edge case, at which point it's not as big of a surface area. This is a very nice website. I think they really cooked on this one. This is nice. Well played. But okay, so we updated it. We've got it in here. So here we are in cuneiform, right? And we just, okay, so we're in the right node version here now. Let me double check one more thing. So yeah, oh, I forgot there was validate create story. Ooh, we should have been doing that the whole time too. I don't think that exists, BMAD. I think they hallucinated that. Hmm. I'm wondering if maybe we need to update BMAD? That could be a thing. Ooh, now hold on. Let me see. Is the Indian food gonna let me order the food I want? Or do they still have butter chicken missing from their online ordering? Okay, they got the butter chicken. Finally, dude. Jeez. So then, yeah, butter naan. We add. And then papadum. All right, cool. So yeah, I can get the Indian food tonight from the place I like, which is good. I don't think we need to do it yet. But yeah, glad I was able to. God, this is just so small, man. I do like the vertical tab, like separation. We could create another one and go do that stuff. It did put us in the right directory. Yeah, okay. So then we could rerun GitBench and do the OpenSpec stuff in here. I want to see what happens when this finishes running. Ah, so you still need a third party for version management. That's what I thought too. I didn't know enough about VENV to contest it. So from what you understand, Go, Rust.net have first party version ENV management? Rust Up might be part of the foundation now. I could see that. I know they mention it. It is, yeah, maintained by Rustlang at least. But I don't think it always was. I think it was a third party thing for a long time before they just adopted it. So I'm not sure that distinction is as important. Yeah. You actually remember when they adopted it? Got it. All right, so what I want to see is like when this cuneiform thing stops running, what is the thing that it does? Like, where do we see a notification? How do we juggle these things? Like, I'm not sure I gain much by keeping these in separate workspaces. So maybe what I'd want to do if I wanted to keep using this, and actually, hold on, I'd have to crunch it down. We'll put it in a whole new workspace. Wait, where'd it go? This. So then, right, if we were to do this, move that, get it to where it's like the right size for stream. Like, I could theoretically get three things going side by side, and then like above and below it would be like the clanker, and then like the server I'm running for it or something. I could see that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm seeing the value of splitting these up into separate like workspaces. If anything, I just want the one workspace, and then I'm worried about like how I'm juggling these things. I don't know. It's what you use to split per project? Yeah, I don't think I want that though. Like, I don't think I actually care about the workspaces. I want to use a single workspace and just juggle these things within the same view. We have one running on the left here, but we haven't seen the notification because it's still like churning. So yeah, we haven't seen that part yet. But yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, I don't know. Like, looking at this, hiding these things away is just not for me. No, I haven't tried a browser tab yet. I don't know if I like the idea of the browser tab, because I'm going to be doing other things, and what value do I have of seeing this thing in like this tiny portion? I'd rather just switch to my browser. I could see that. Yeah, I'm not concerning myself with review until I get to the PR step, but then I would just do that in a different window. Like, I like the context switch of that, maybe. Yeah, I think the big thing is I'm not currently doing a lot of review of agent stuff. right? For the projects I care about, I'm not using AI that much. Yeah, no, and I get that. Yeah, we've got a cool Gitkraken thing that I can show. Gemini added a thing to import memory from other LLM chats. Oh, that's cool. Instead of like having it summarize and convert. That could be interesting. Yeah, so I mean, this is Gitkraken's new review tool. Um, I think there might be some bugs. I think maybe this is just on me for breaking it. But yeah, like we provide some analysis, some suggestions. We can have a chat to like ask about the PR. Just general info is maybe like what CI/CD checks have passed. Can it be merged? It's kind of a nice tool, right? We can get rid of this, maybe. Yep, and get some of our space back. Have we considered supporting mermaid diagrams? I'm not sure yet. Like, are you saying that maybe that would be beneficial, like over in like one of these panels? Like, where do you think that would live? And yeah, I think it's nice. I think it's a solid tool. So in the summary, okay. And what does the mermaid diagram typically show? Oh, I see a message from Robotic Head. He may not be joining today. Something has come up. All right, so Robotic Head will not be joining. It'll just be me, Brainless, and maybe JLem, which is fine. No worries, Robotic Head. So yeah, Brainless, it's even better because Robotic Head's not available tonight. So who all is going to be playing some PoE 2 with us on the gaming stream? But okay, so very good at graphing out business logic. So for architecture, understanding how the code flow is created changing, lots of before afters as well. That does seem like it would take up a lot of space. So is the summary actually the place that we want it? Oh, and it looks like we got a rendering issue here. This should actually just be a block of code. So that's a bug. But yeah, I almost feel like it would take up a lot of space. Would it be better if it was like a tab? Right? Like diagrams or something here on the right? This is a large description. I mean, it's an AI generated description. How do I open on GitHub? Here we go. Interesting. So GitHub fails this formatting too. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Yeah, this is a pretty large description. I'd agree with that. They are. Yeah, they got escaped. Yep, so that's the problem. Hmm. Wait, what is this whole GKAI analysis? I haven't seen that before. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm almost guaranteeing it's base 64 encoded JSON. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I never put that together. I thought it was like part of like a header for the base 64 stuff. I don't know if I've seen that much other like base 64 encoded stuff before, or like really paid attention to it. Let me put it that way. That is interesting. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it is a nice tool. I like the idea of diagrams. So yeah, basically like this whole bit, this is not Gitkraken generating it. That's just the description. So I'm almost leaning towards like description, diagrams, conversation or something. No, yeah. So this whole description is actually just like the PR description. So we're not generating that. Yeah. The analysis is really this side, right? So that's where we get this summary, right? That's not a bad idea. Hold on, let me see like where can I leave this? I think it's gonna be in GK Dev feedback. Okay. Right. So you're saying like this AI part here, you're saying that should be the primary tab? I don't know if we've gotten that feedback before. Should probably be the analysis, not the verbatim description from the PR. All right. Yeah, I passed that on. I get that, but like, shouldn't the PR description be the first thing you look at? Now, granted, yes, most PR descriptions are much smaller. I understand that, but that sounds like a team issue more than anything. 99% of PR descriptions are AI slop now. Yeah, but maybe that's what we should be doing. Instead of getting it into here, what we should probably be doing is just making GitKraken's like PR generation tool be better slop. Right? And then that's like a benefit to using GitKraken tooling because we generate better slop. Because no matter what, like it's going to be slop that we're generating here anyway. Theoretically, the fix would be, what if we just generate better PRs than any other company? All right. Yeah, no, I think that was it. Yeah, maybe the PR generation tool is the right place for that kind of thing. All right, because then it's really just up to the team. Well, what are you using to generate your PR? And then maybe there's even like a GitKraken. Like we have a thing we're calling MergeMate. I think that's the name. I don't think it's released. I don't know how much I can actually say about it, but it'll be something more akin to like a GitHub app, so it runs as like a bot on your PRs, like separate, like Socket or whatever. And you could have a button for that to then like modify the description to add those things. Would that be maybe a better use case? Right? So then it's not even requiring you to go to the review tool. It's not even requiring you to generate your PR with GitKraken. It can go in after the fact and update your description for you. How do you feel about that? Right? It's just a quick little comment that you add to your like GitHub org to add these comments about like, hey, GitKraken thinks that we could improve the description of this by adding diagrams and blah, blah, blah. Here's a preview. Click this button. We'll update our current comment and update your description for you. Boom. Nailed it. And maybe you could even do it in like chunks. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like CodeRabbit, but we're not focusing on the review. We're just focusing on giving whatever you're using for review maybe some extra context, right? Maybe it's just people, but at least now they have extra context. And that could be a differentiator compared to what CodeRabbit or any of these other review tools are doing. I don't know for sure. I'm just thinking out loud. Same with linear and all that. Okay. I could see that. Okay. And what are you guys using to do that standardization? Curious about that. So overall, the solution is allowing people to standardize. Well, I mean, we already have an MCP server that you would be able to call and do that stuff with. And the MCP server provides these tools to do that. So yes, like getting it into our PR generation, it could be in our MCP server, it could be in GitKraken Desktop, it could be in GitLens. They're all using the same underlying core functionality, right? And then bam, good to go. And then that is actually standardized across your org. Does that hit the nail on the head there? Okay. Okay. No, that was good feedback. I like that. I like that. Okay. SurePath Get Standards? I don't think I've seen that one. Oh, oh. Oh, so maybe you just like leaked the company you're at? Sorry. My bad. My bad. Got it. Got it. That makes more sense now. Okay, it's not private. Got it. Got it. Just want to make sure. Okay, cool. Just double checking. I was gonna say like I could scrub the VOD or do anything you want at that point. But okay, let me get more music going. I do have to use the restroom again. Damn baby bladder. All right, 1 second. Let me use the restroom and I will be right back. Okay. Okay. No, that sounds awesome, Will. You think you're addicted to bacon wrapped cream cheese stuffed jalapenos, and you really shouldn't be. I mean, it sounds like a complete meal, though. You know? That sounds like a full, complete, like, meal. That's delicious. I don't know if I've had any for a while. Okay, so yeah, we were looking at this. Let's continue doing what we were doing. We were looking at CMUX, which we have over here. I don't remember seeing any notification. I must have missed it. Yeah, I definitely must have missed it. Or Pi just doesn't have the integration. That's actually most likely it. I don't think CMUX has a Pi integration, so it doesn't install the right hooks. Because if we go and look at the settings in CMUX, we saw other integrations, sure. Hold on, where did I see this? Here it is, automation, right? So yeah, and dude, it's so small, so you can't see it, so don't worry about that. But yeah, socket control mode, CMUX processes only. Claude code integration shows Claude session status and notifications, right? Claude binary path, ripgrep binary path, cursor integration, Gemini CLI integration, no Pi, no open code. So that's also a pretty negative thing, in my opinion, about CMUX. It's not that important because I wouldn't be doing the workspaces thing, but I at least wanted to think about it. But the more that I'm thinking about this, like, well, yeah, CMUX could do what we need, but I think theoretically TMUX could too. I just don't know TMUX commands. That's on me. And then hold on, wait, what? So wait, so you know all about the flywheel tenets, the IPs and the stuff, LPs, Found it really interesting regarding the peculiar culture you have and learned about it in your early days. A flywheel and tenets. Are like the tenets thing. Is that the whole like at least when he was active, Bezos was just a memo away, and he would always read them kind of stuff? So you worked in AWS for 3 years and then Gen AI for 1. Got it. And wait, are you still up in the Seattle area? Oh, each team has an AWS. Oh, okay, okay. Seattle to Montana just a few months ago, and then in a couple months you're moving to Chicago? That's a big change. Interesting. What part of Montana? Whitefish or over like near Bozeman? I know there's other parts of Montana too, but not really. No, I know there's Billings and Bozeman. Those are the big ones, right? Then there's Big Sky. Big Sky's like near Bozeman, right? Billings, the part no one likes. Yeah, because it doesn't have Big Sky. Oh, they're doing medical school and rotating to Chicago. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so thinking about what we're building here. Yes, we want to keep prompting this thing, but it's also a Saturday. I could get food going here sometime soon, too. Brainless, you still out there? What are you up to? Let me double check with JLem too, see what his schedule is. All right, but so wait, you're in Billings. You're probably not going to Big Sky DevCon then? I was just curious. Still haven't been myself. Haven't been to any of the Big Sky DevCons. And yeah, Bozeman to Billings, they're like on the entirely separate parts of the state. Or is Billings the one in the middle? Or is Billings the one that's farther east? I forget them. That's the weekend you moved to Chicago. Timing, right? Hold on, now I gotta look at this. Let me double check where. Bozeman is south central. Billings is like closer to east. Oh, they're actually not that far from each other. Okay. And is that on 84? No, that's on 90. Ah, okay. That's where like 90 and 94 split. Interesting. Because, yeah, when we moved from Jersey to Washington, I'm pretty sure we took this. So 94, like, basically it was like I-90 all the way out this way. And then we actually did like the 94 through like North Dakota, Minnesota, etc. Like through Chicago and all that. Never been any other way through it. Yep. Dude, the biggest thing I remember is we were moving from Jersey, and it's like, dude, when you're leaving the East Coast and you're going through like states and stuff, you're like, oh, what state are we in now? Oh, what state are we in now? And then for like 2.5 days, it's like, oh, what state are we in now? Montana. Go to sleep, wake up after a solid sleep. What state are we in now? Still Montana. You know, like, how about now? Still Montana. I'm like, dude, it was so brutal. It's like 800 miles across, and it's not a straight across trip, right? Dude. Like, I'm sure the curve of this road actually adds an extra 100 miles, maybe. Maybe two. And then, yeah, dude, you're in and out of Idaho like that. Like, just going. Yeah, it's fun. But yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Nebraska. Oh, Texas is really bad. Texas is even worse because the roads are straight for so long. We drove behind like an elderly couple that had their blinker on for like 50 miles. Yeah, no worries, Manvino. We'll see you again soon. And yeah, you should make it out to Seattle. When you do, let me know. We'll hang out. But yeah, dude, yeah, Texas was gnarly. Like, yeah, when we visited family a while back, dude, Texas was just straight road for so long. Like, gross, you know? I like B for that. That's a good decision. But yeah, have a good one, Manfino. We'll see you again soon. Your cousin moved to Texas with his wife for work, and now they had a kid. Ooh, getting that anchor baby, huh? I'm not sure it works that way right now, but, you know, it'll probably work that way eventually again. All right, how's our benchmarks? All right, this one's finishing up. So yeah, the Baidu's, they didn't work because I think the model's gone. So we'll remove that. Wow. Dude, some of the Nemotrons, like most of the Nemotrons are 100%ing at least a few of these things, which is cool. Getting up there to like 94%. DeepSeek getting 95%. I want this to finish. That way we can see, like, do we get the history stuff? Because we should be getting history to show. And if that's not showing, then we still got a bug. Let's look at our activity cost. And holy shit, dude. Dude, Haiku is just not worth the price, man. 287 for Haiku, and it performs way worse than basically every single other thing we've seen. Like, you shouldn't even be using Haiku. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we don't have all of the GitBench data to show right now, but man, yeah, that is gnarly. It does blow my mind that Sonnet and Haiku are so awful. They're just so bad at following instructions, which is really what I think the issue is. Like, they just don't do the only show the commit message response stuff. Okay. So yeah, still haven't heard back from Brainless. I wonder if he's just like deep in the game right now, or if he noticed it would be like 3 days to download the game. How many games do you think he had to delete to make room for PoE2? And what up, Talented? How you doing? When actually, no, Haiku is in our list, I believe. So if we do GitBench. Oh. Ah, that was it. I think we killed our ngrok. That was it. My bad, everyone. I was trying to get people to browse this shit, and I didn't realize it was down. Oh, and yeah, we haven't gotten Sonnet into this list yet. All right, so we'll wait on that. This one's so close. We got two models left? Oh, two models left. Yeah, Nemotron still needs to finish, and DeepSeek Flash still needs to finish. I mean, this is just like our status while we're running. It has been running for almost an hour and a half on like simple models. So yeah, this doesn't run fast, but we hit rate limiting any other way. I bet we could massively increase the amount of like models we run concurrently now. Like, we're still doing like the different models, but at max we'd only ever be doing like 2. I guess it depends. Dude, I want it to finish. Fucking finish, man. Yeah, it still needs time. All right, so back to the CMUX thing. The lack of Pi support isn't the end of the world, you know? But I think I want to try a different layout. No, I don't want that. I want it on this one. Do it on this one. Split this one. You son of a bitch. Oh, I see what's going on. It's actually per thing. Oh, so then it's like nest. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. No, I get it now. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I'm a fan of the fact that they all share the same zoom level. I don't think it's the end of the world. Ah, and then this is where it gets gross. So what I'd want to do then is I'd want to do columns first and then the bottom panes. How drag and droppable are they? No, that's not what I wanted. I don't know. It's an interesting app. I'm still not sure the way I'd want to like refactor how we're doing stuff. I think I'll do it after we've hit like good stopping points. This one's actually at a good stopping point. The run we can leave. Here, let's do this. I'm gonna close these. We're gonna close this. Then we're gonna do one of these and one of those. We're gonna get these there. I don't care about the sidebar anymore. I get that. No, so what I want to do is I want to have all of them in the same pane, like, you know, like next to each other vertically or horizontally. And then below them, I want to have like the other thing I'm using to maybe like spin up and down servers or other things, right? So to me, I like the vertical thing where I can be doing other stuff, you know? How's the, yeah. Wish it would tell me like a zoom value. How's the text? Should I be zooming in more? If I am going to be doing this, I'm going to need a different power line, right? So that's interesting. All right, so this one stays in GitBench. This one... And then we'll do a vertical there. Okay, so we do still get, like, within that pane ordering. Okay. So a feature I think I would love for this app... Oh, and hold on. Yeah. Sorry. Swiss Tourist, are you still out there? I completely forgot Swiss Tourist. Are you still there? I forgot they did a redeem of channel point stuff. Working but listening? Yeah, what was the word you wanted replaced? Just the word PHP? Okay. And we don't already replace PHP? We don't? All right. Let me just pop over to Stream Parrot over here. We got room for 2 more before we got to start deleting more shit. Yeah, we'll find out if it's any good. Looks like it should be fine. PNG and all. Yep, solid. So give it up to 30 seconds or so. Nope, not yet. There we go. All right, cool. So yeah, we redeemed those channel points. So beautiful, you almost don't even want to send a chat. I mean, sorry, Talented. What was the thing that you wanted replaced? And you're sure we didn't actually do it? Okay. I mean, I could go look through your history if you want. Wait, you said back on my birthday? You mean like over a year ago? Or no, not over a year ago. Almost a year ago? I haven't had my birthday this year yet. Are you thinking of 420? Did you confuse my birthday with 420? I think you might have. It was either that or maybe Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, it's everyone's birthday. 420 is my unofficial birthday. Hold on. Cinco de Mayo sounds about right. Ooh, maybe you weren't here for our Cinco de Mayo. I don't think you were. So it must have been 420 then. Oh, you were here on Cinco de Mayo. I don't see any mention of an emote, though. So yeah, it must have been 420 then, right? No, you weren't even here on 420. No, I could probably find it in the dashboard. Give me a second. You're right, you're right. Give me a sec. ModView, I think, has it. Reward requests queue. All right, 3 months ago. Hold on. So Swiss Tourist, we did. Boom. Oh, Swiss Tourist your other one was the word Swiss, right? So that one's done now too, yeah? Pretty sure. I think we did Caleb's redeem. And then, yeah, yours isn't in there, Talented. So maybe we just canceled it because I didn't get to it. But yeah, your request isn't in there. Like we did J-Lems, the My Man, like a while back. I think we probably did Macquarie and Ocean Mind. Yeah, we're all caught up at this point. So if you do think it's something you want, sure. I'm pretty sure you got those points back though. I'll only typically like give the points back if like, oh, hey, what is it you wanted and you're not there? So I'm like, oh, let's just give them back and they can do it again next time. So that's most likely what happened there. Hold on, I got a bunch of junk showing. Okay. Did I ever consider light LLM instead of open router? No, not yet. What's the benefit again? Oh, and hold on. Like, it's a thing you can self-host? They also have their own pricing, right? Oh. Right, and then you just pay for tokens? I know they're, like, big time. Oh, they're hiring, eh? Full-time on-site for 200K? No. That would be a pay cut. Yeah, exactly. On-site, well, I mean, if they were going to pay, like, OpenAI salary, I could consider it. Dude, if I'm making 400K a year, I might consider on-site. Or 350 or whatever, right? But now, like, because of, like, state income tax and all that bullshit, 200K would actually be a pay cut compared to what I'm making now. Even though it's technically on paper more, the tax would actually fuck me. And I'd have to move and all that bullshit. Like, now if they had a Seattle office, sure, maybe. But I don't know. It's not like I'm upset where I'm at. I just like, I like to look. But I guess here's the thing. Hold on. Light LLM. Let me double check. Why this instead of Open Router? It seems to me like Open Router is like the big bad, like the thing to beat at this point, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's like you could use it together with Light LLM. Okay, so that's it. So you guys are doing like your own self-hosted stuff, and Light LLM is great for those because it's the gateway that adds like cost tracking and restrictions and blah blah blah, right? So then you could at least have like a unified way. Like you could still use OpenRouter through Light LLM and get all of that stuff like aggregated together instead of two separate sources. Is that maybe the value there? Because I could see that. That makes sense to me. So yeah, right? At the moment, I just need inference. I don't need the proxy. I may end up even just be like, I may do some locally hosted models, sure. But, you know, we could just use Olama for that. Like, I'm still going to need to build up and do something. To like we need to like orchestrate LM Studio or Olama, like script their stuff, right? Like going and downloading the model, running it, maybe deleting the model, and then switching out which one is like live while we test against because we only have so much RAM. Orchestrating that is going to be tricky, and maybe that's part of our benchmarking tool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me get more music going, though. Okay, so yeah, the constraint that because you are Gen AI security, you must do your own inference on your own servers or AWS. You can't go through OpenRouter's API. That makes sense. But yeah, I don't think that applies for what I'm trying to do. So yeah, I'm not worried about it. There was another person that we used to see around quite a bit that was doing like an OpenRouter competitor kind of thing. I forget what the name of their product was, but they were talking about how like, only 70% of the cost of OpenRouter somehow. So I wouldn't mind kicking over to that just to run a bunch of models. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Oh, come on, Nemotron, you're so close. Just finish up already. I want to see these damn results. It's one test away. Come on, man. One sweet away, but yeah, you know what I mean. No, this is the NVIDIA one. The Mistral one's fine. Hey, no doctorable results. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, so now, God, yeah, no, I don't know. I just the independent zooming. I don't necessarily want. Like, if I could do, like, maybe Apple Shift zoom to affect all of them, that might do it. It's just not enough real estate. Like, I'd rather just be switching tabs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, back to it. Let's do this part. So GitBench. Yeah, better way to switch tabs. Yeah, it makes sense. Good recommendation. It was worth trying for sure. I just wanted to like check it out. All right, and then pnpm dev API. We can reset that. Okay, so we want to remove CoBuddy. It gets a negative 0.4%. That's funny. That's funny. All right, so yeah, we want to get rid of the CoBuddy result because those didn't actually help us at all. Mm, we need to figure out how to get rid of the CoBuddy stuff. But hey, the history tab now shows. Okay, so this page sucks. So we do want to think about maybe any changes to this stuff. We're going to clear all. Let's just pick We didn't do Minimax. We'll do, yeah, Nemotron. Okay, so what we're seeing is that the value over time is not changing, so at least this is somewhat deterministic. I'm actually really stoked on that. Yeah, delta from the previous. 0 change. So we're at least consistent. Yeah, it's really just after these ran. Yeah, all right. Cool. No min y on the graph. Oh, for that 0.4? I mean, it's not going to matter. Like, nothing should have a 0 score. There's something terribly wrong if we see a 0 score. You know? Like, oh God. And then real quick, so you're working on a React v Tailwind project and thinking about adding Shad CN UI. You're currently in JS and debating whether you should just switch to TS. You should just switch to TS, for sure. There are very few reasons why you would probably want to stick with JS at this point. Heading off for the night? Yeah, no worries, Will. Have a great night. Yeah, we had a good time today. I mean, I should probably be wrapping up. I want some Indian food. I want to play some video games. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I might be on the gaming channel tomorrow a bit, like co-working, because I got work to do. Monday and Tuesday, I also have some stuff to do, which means we may do another rare Wednesday stream. Yeah, we might do another rare Wednesday stream, especially if I don't have any meeting. Yeah, I could probably start streaming by 1 next Wednesday. That should work. You've never tried Indian food? I get butter chicken, which is actually, some people claim it was invented in the UK. I think it's still technically an Indian dish, but Indian people don't typically eat it. Right? Like, at least a lot of the Indians I've talked to, they look down on butter chicken. Like, oh, that's not real Indian food. It is. Right? Whereas instead, I think tikka masala was actually invented in the UK. But I might have those backwards. But butter chicken is basically like a nice buttery tomato-based like sauce. It's quite good. Yeah, no, it's delicious. Hold on though. Is there not a butter chicken Wikipedia page? There we go. I just want to double check. I had forgotten where it's from. Invented by Indian chefs and is associated with their Moti Mahal restaurant in Delhi. Yeah. So I think it's tikka masala that's the UK one. Yeah. Yep. So it's thought to have been created in Britain, possibly by someone in Glasgow. It is offered at restaurants around the world, and in some of its forms is similar to butter chicken, but it's not quite the same, right? I want to double check this. So butter chicken is milder, richer, and creamier, whereas tikka masala is spicier with a more pronounced tangy tomato flavor. Yeah, I think I prefer butter chicken. I don't know for sure. I'd have to try it. But yeah, so I get butter chicken, I get butter naan. From another restaurant, I prefer their garlic naan, but the butter naan from this place is okay. Their garlic naan is too, I don't know, meh. And then I get papadums. Papadums are one of my favorites. They're so good. It's just fried lentil in like a really thin, like crisp cracker kind of thing. But okay, so we're gonna fire up Codex again. Your favorite Indian place is in a business district in Tokyo that you visit when on vacation there. They have a butter chicken with gorgonzola naan. Oh, and it's loaded with gorgonzola. Okay. And then the bread, you usually get a chicken tikka madras when you visit the UK. Oh, okay. What does the madras mean? More spicy, less sweet in general? Got it. Okay. All right. So what we're going to need to do is maybe leave myself some notes. If it really truly is going to be a few days between me streaming and not. Um, right, so pick back up on cuneiform, shad, cn, skeuomorphism. We probably wanted new morphism back, but we can always fix that. All right, so GitBench should be transferred by then, but we might need another project. And yeah, Brainless, you out there? You about ready to play some games here in a bit? If not, no worries. I can hop into the game and, just do some stuff while waiting. And yeah, I think we should go find someone to raid. I think this is a good time. I'm getting hungry. That's all I can think of right now. I want food. But who is streaming right now? Damn, a lot of people playing PoE too. Yeah, I see Auroral Games, Z.A. Shaw. Who should we raid? We see Marcelo. Oh, I don't think I've seen Marcelo in a while. He's speaking Portuguese, though. Yes, I'm going to play some PoE 2 over on the gaming stream. If you guys are unaware, I have a gaming channel, Griffing and Chill. I'll eat some food, which means we'll probably put on some show while the food thing's happening, or I'll at least, we'll be building our character, but I need to eat and do a thing. So, yeah, we'll do that. But we got to figure out who we want to raid. BlazeBits is doing some cybersecurity stuff. That seems good to me. Let's do that. And yeah, we had a great day today. Thanks again to Melky for that awesome, like, huge raid. I know I was a little bit combative when it came to the low effort question thing, but I think the person that mattered understood what we meant. That Python troll, whatever. Like, who cares? It's just funny when people, like, raise pitchforks on behalf of other people when they didn't need to. I always find that really strange. But yeah, we had a great day today. It was a solid stream. Good discussions, good chat. We didn't go off the rails with the whiskey. Yeah, it was a solid stream. I'm happy about it. So, yes, we are ticking down. We're running out of time to do our outro. Everyone on the YouTube and the Twitter, thank you all for hanging out. It was awesome. Appreciate you just being around and being here. So I'm going to stop those streams, and I'll see you all next time, probably on Wednesday.